The day you get your Clear Choice dental implants makes every day a let's dig in day, a chow down day, a take a big bite day, a perfectly delicious day, a love my new teeth day. Because your Clear Choice day is the day everything is back on the menu. A Clear Choice day changes every day. Schedule a free consultation.
Let's see here. So, welcome to my, we're doing a house tour today. As you can see, first of all, we have our house. You see this? This is a memorial for my dog named Bluebell. That's my banner for my, we've got, for my hat, that's just my banner. Red block and blue wood, which are my two houses. I switch between them frequently when I ride them across my world. We've got a bell. Let's continue. So we got a food dispenser to dispense food. This is room number 1. In this room, we have extra items like extra stoves, extra beds, and also books and stuff like that. What is going on? Why is it glitching? Okay. We've got bowling here.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Candidates 2024. The biggest chess tournament of the year, the winner of which plays for the World Chess Championship later on this very year. This is round number 11 out of 14. Including this round, there are 4 rounds to go. Time is ticking, and it is a very close race, particularly on the men's side. Jan Nepomniachtchi is in first, tied with Gukesh from India, and then it's Fabiano Caruana, Hikaru Nakamura, and Praggnanandhaa. Vidit is a half a point behind them. And today, there were some big standings shakeups. You're going to want to watch this whole recap. Not just because it increases watch time, but because, oh my God, get ready for what you are about to witness. We kick things off in the matchup between none other than Praggnanandhaa and Hikaru. And Prag's name is so long that it's cutting off at the very end. Here we go, my friends. Prag opens up with a move d4, and my man Hikaru, against the Queen's Gambit, plays the Queen's Gambit. Oh, and before I continue, we launched predictions on Chessly. For the last 3 rounds, you can check those out. I'll put a link in the description. 100% free. You could sign up and play the predictions, or if you already have an account, just log in, you'll see predictions. The winner at the end of the tournament who predicts the most correct will win a free course. We're giving away free courses to the top 3 finishers, so it's completely free. You can go ahead and play. We launched it, and we will be doing it for all major events moving forward. Hikaru just played a Queen's Gambit against the Queen's Gambit. This is ridiculous stuff. In this position, what you play with black is this and this. You don't play anything else. There is literally nothing else. Maybe you play a Slav defense, but at the high level, it's not really seen that much anymore. Hikaru plays a Queen's Gambit against the Queen's Gambit. This is a ridiculous opening to play at the Candidates, and Prag thinks for 10 minutes. And the reason for that is, when he was preparing for this tournament, he did not expect that one of his opponents would play a Queen's Gambit. Now, taking this Queen's Gambit is not particularly good. Black plays e6 and very quickly wins the pawn back. It's impossible to defend the pawn with moves like b4, because black will undermine very quickly. But cd5 is the best move. And after cd5, Hikaru mirror image captures, and he's got a very simple idea. His very simple idea is to take back with the queen. And Prag thinks 10 minutes again. So clearly the opening gamble has paid off. But I gotta tell you, even with the opening gamble paying off, Prag just very calmly develops his pieces and is just a touch better. He's down 20 minutes, but you can't play a Queen's Gambit against the Queen's Gambit. I mean, it's just not going to work. But Hikaru is relying on his superior opening analysis, which he has clearly done. And judging from the speed at which that Hikaru is playing, trying to dislodge the knight from the center of the board, followed by the quick development of this knight, he's still in his prep, right? So now the prep probably will continue bishop to g2, which is what Prag plays. Hikaru plays a5 without thinking. He's trying to dislodge the knight from the positioning on b3. Now, big decision for white. What do you do? The best move here is to block with your knight and try to play to b6. I think Prag didn't like this check. And then he probably was like, I don't really know what I'm doing after that. But it's the top engine move. Another way to play, if you're not going to play knight to a4, is to play bishop e3, and after a4, go forward. He didn't like that either, because he probably didn't like the pawn going all the way down the board. So after a5, he decides, I'm going to fight back with knight b5. He is now down 40 minutes in the opening. But because he's playing with white and the queens are traded, it's not like Hikaru has much of an advantage, but he does have to spend a little bit of time to give this check. Bishop d2, and now so that you don't get forked, you can castle, but it's actually even better to put the king in the center, believe it or not, because you're in a queenless position. And as you can see, there's going to be more trades. So since there are going to be more trades, probably there is going to be a relatively stable position for this king in the center of the board. Prag plays a3, targeting the bishop. And finally, we get out of the opening. It's a pretty boring game. I mean, all of that was pretty explosive when it happened, but yeah, I mean, other than magical position, Hikaru plays a4. So he's just trying to lock the queen side. Prag plays knight c4, threatening knight b6. Not really threatening, but, you know, and then putting his eyes here. He's not going to do it right away, but that's sort of the idea. Now Hikaru plays bishop e6, right? He's targeting the knight, trying to say, Prag, where are you going to go? Prag defends his knight with the rook. Hikaru plays rook a6, stabilizing the position. He can't move his rook anywhere, but, you know, it's life. And now Prague castles. And the position is completely equal. All right. Prague goes back to e3, opening up some line of sight on the knight on c6. And now Hikaru plays this move, rook a5. Okay, fine. I guess the knight has to depart. But he takes on c6. So this is a pretty big decision from Prague, who decides, okay, I'm going to take this knight, right? And then I'm going to bring my knight back, and Hikaru has stupid-looking pawns. Hikaru says, that's not very nice of you. I'm now going to play bishop to b3. Good luck ever putting a rook on d1, you bozo. All right? Prague says, actually, you're the bozo, because now I play knight b1. Who's going to protect this pawn? And I'm going to play knight c4 and put this knight on d2. You bozo. Hikaru plays rook back to a6. He doesn't call Prague a bozo here because he's not playing from a position of strength. Now Prague plays f4. That's a big decision. Prague could also play rook c5 here and probably play like rook back and, you know, knight d2. And, you know, the engine already is potentially thinking of repeating moves. But he plays f4, which is opening up a front of attack. Hikaru plugs the center shut. He doesn't want the position to open. And now Prague starts bringing his king and his knight. It's a very tense position. g6 from Hikaru, simultaneously defending against knight f5, and also maybe this pawn will help build this in the future. Now, I don't like Prague's next move. It's rook b1. I think Prague saw a little bit of a ghost here with the bishop moving and then the pawn hanging. I mean, rook b1 is a tough move to play. He's kind of lucky the position is closed. Hikaru puts the knight into the center. He does that because he wants to make a trade and improve his structure. Prague says, okay, I'm going to go back. And now Hikaru locks the cage. And he's just made maximum improvements to his position. If Prague continues to shuffle, Hikaru will make this trade. Then he will play bishop c2, removing the rook, and he will win this pawn. So it's a very big moment in this game now, and Prague has to fight back, but he's right there. He fights back. Best move on the board. And now the position is getting spicy. Pawn takes on g4. The best move is to take back. And that's what Prague does. That is the best move. And now this is hanging. Knight to e5 is another possibility. Very tense moment. Hikaru grabs the pawn on f4. And in this position, Prague plays king e3. So he's going to win the pawn back in the center as well. But apparently he should have went here. And then if Hikaru went to d5, the knight could go here. And had he gone to e1, this would have potentially been a draw. But he went forward. And he went very forward. And now his king's in the center, but you know, watching this with no eval bar is a very different thing than watching it with an eval bar. Hikaru plays c5. And suddenly the rook has arrived. And the rook is going to come down to d2 as well. White is having some real difficulties here, defending his pieces. h5. You can't play knight e5 because rook e6. And you can't play knight f2 because rook e6, king d2, and even bishop f3 with a discovered check. And it's an avalanche. And suddenly Prague's pieces are all like tied up. This rook has been passive the whole game. That rook has been a problem. He has to create some counterplay. Hikaru puts the bishop all the way in the corner. It snipes the entire board. And the only safe move for the knight is this. And as you may imagine, the knight is not returning. King to f2. Hikaru trades rooks. And the knight is trapped completely. Rook f1, king g7. Oh my goodness. Prague has to sacrifice, and it's still not over because he can win some of these pawns. And at the end of the day, this pawn and this bishop versus this king is a draw. Believe it or not, because the color of the promotion square is wrong. So there's many, many ways that black doesn't win this position. But Hikaru puts on his best scrubs, and he performs an operation of masterful precision. The rook protects the pawn. The bishop hits this one. The rook can't move anywhere because there will be checks. And my friends, in one of the most clutch performances of his freaking life, Hikaru Nakamura defeats Prague in the 11th round of action at the candidates, because after takes, the pawn is going and you cannot stop it. From the beginning to the end, this was a masterclass in surprising your opponent, making him uncomfortable, and using experience and a slightly better nervous system. It is the last 4 rounds of the candidates, the last quarter of the event. And Hikaru just beat Prague with black. There is nothing you can do but clap. Nothing. Doesn't matter if you're a hater, doesn't matter if you're a fan. Prague showed up to fight. He put Hikaru under pressure. Prague played all the best moves, but Hikaru's prep was a little deeper. He made practical difficulties for Prague, and they got into a fight, and Hikaru was the winner, and he is now in first place, pending the results of Gukesh and Nepo. Now, another quick game for you. Alireza Firouzja versus Nijat Abbasov. These guys obviously are having rough events. Nijat perhaps expected because he was the lowest seed, but the big story is definitely...
Don't wait for university to tackle important problems in the world. Our fellowship will help you develop practical skills, which you can use to land an internship. And more importantly, if you find a neglected issue, you can have a real impact. Over 8 weeks in our online program, you'll get expert guidance to find an important issue in the world and make a real difference. Plus, you'll join a world-class community, and there's $30,000 in funding for the most impactful projects. Read more and apply today.
With Kroger Delivery, you don't need a Kroger store nearby to get your fresh groceries. Order on the app and get $25.
And Nijat just had to retreat here and the game would have proceeded. He went e5. And what he missed about the move e5 is that it doesn't really... I mean, he didn't miss it. He just missed White's response. He missed knight c4. And the pawn's going to fall. It's going to fall. You can't take because you're pinned. And if you try to defend yourself, beautiful move, rook d5. Threatening a trade of rooks, and yes, I do mean threatening, because if you decline a pair of rook trade, I just win material. You are stuck. You're just completely stuck. Like, let's say you play b6, I play bishop to e7. Let's say you were like, oh, okay, well, that's easy. I just play king I play king f7. You can't play bishop e7. Yeah, then I play like h3 and bishop g4 and g4, and you just lose. Like, you just can't defend yourself. It's unbelievable. And Alireza's winning. And he's winning because black can't move. He just cannot move these pieces. Bishop back. He can't move his entire queen side. He starts sacrificing material. And unfortunately, he just loses all his pieces, and he just resigns. That was it. The recap of that game was about 2 minutes long. A win for Alireza. He's up to 4.5. But, yeah, Nijat, unfortunately, continues to struggle, in particular with the black pieces. Now, we also had Gukesh versus Fabi. Massive matchup for first place. We also had Vidit versus Nepo. A massive, massive battle. Also with first place implications. But we have battles all over the place. I just did an interview with Lei Tingdier. Some of you saw it. I also did an interview with Gukesh players. Lei is in the running for first place. This one was an Italian. C3, A5. A very aggressive Italian, disallowing White from playing this move. And this game was really complicated. Black went on the attack on the diagonal. Lei took on C6, and Black was sort of instigating on the queen side. Then it was knight G3, and Lei started building up some sort of initiative on the king side. Lei is a very aggressive player, and as you can see here, bishop H6. She sacrifices the bishop. She's tied for first place with Tan Zhongyi. Queen H6, and suddenly Lei is winning. She's got a big attack brewing, and here all she has to do is just play it slow. And the idea of king H2 is, let's say Black plays rook B8, you play knight G5, and knight H5, knight F5, and then you just slowly bring your pieces. But Lei instead of that, she plays knight E5. And her idea is that the rook and the check here is possible. Black takes, and it all settles with White having a rook for 2 bishops. But Black is better, and within a few moves, Lei is completely on the defensive. So the push through didn't work. Black is now converting. Queen C3, masterful stuff. That's it. I mean, White is simply losing all her pawns, and time is ticking. 4 minutes remaining for Lei. Wait a minute. Did she just lose a rook? In this position, Lei Tingdier said, I'm chucking all the pieces over the ship. All the pieces, I'm getting rid of them. Why? Because even though I'm down 5 points of material, I have knight to F5. Here, check. Here, Queen G5. It might be a draw. She's down 8 points of material, but she might have found a draw. The king goes here. It's another check. Queen G7. Oh my god. Okay, Black escapes the checks. Pawn takes. What? If you take here threatening a checkmate, it's check here, you can't escape. How did Lei even find that? So the only winning move is f6, which black finds, giving up. You sacrifice the bishop on c4, like this, then you run even further. And the point is that you make it to the corner. King b8, king a7, and you are safe. You are safe from the checks. It looks like white might win, but it's actually black who is going to get there first. So in this series of checks, f6 takes, the king has to just run. But Anna brings her bishop back after thinking for 20 minutes, and it's the wrong move. And Lei Tingye, down two bishops, finds the drawing technique. What Anna had miscalculated was queen g5, queen e7, threatening to take the bishop with another check. Unbelievable defensive find, and Lei Tingye does not take the bishop, and black is completely stuck. One of the most unbelievable escapes I have ever seen. She found a way to sacrifice 3 pieces. This is absolutely heartbreaking. If Anna was in the running for first place and needed a win, this would be unreal. But unfortunately, she's having a bad event. But Lei survives, and she gets a very needed half a point. Unbelievable hold. Completely unreal. And who would have thought blocking with the bishop, saving your bishop, was the wrong move? Vaishali versus Alexandra Goryachkina. This was a Sicilian defense. Black needs to win. Remember, Lei, I just showed you, she has 6.5. Goryachkina is the only one who can catch her with a win, and she plays a Sicilian, and she gets very ambitious. Bishop g4 you can't take because knight takes bishop, and Vaishali's having a tough event. But from the opening, there was not a whole lot here. I mean, it was a very stable position. If anybody is better, it is the person playing with white. And you see here, Vaishali basically threatens a draw. Yes, that is a threat because black must win. Another threat of a draw. And Vaishali just begins building up an advantage because black is taking unnecessary risk. Knight e2. Well, Vaishali playing very smart. You know, if you want to give me chances, now I'm going to attack you. Rook c2. But white continues to make improvements, but we've seen in this event time and time again, Vaishali has had great positions, but at some point she makes a mistake. Not in this game. So far, all beautiful game. Rook, queen h4, look at this. She's playing an absolute masterclass against the, wait a minute. In this position, she needed to find rook f3, knight h3, and that type of regrouping. And suddenly, with time ticking, she's being pushed backwards, and the game spins out of control. White is still winning, but there it goes. She was completely winning in this position right here. And I think she needed to, right here, queen h3, rook c6. Yeah, she needed to go bishop d6. And the point is, you're threatening knight c5. You're also threatening things like rook f4 and then removing, but most importantly, you're threatening something like let's say black plays like b6. You're also threatening this. And the pawn no longer has a defender. And you win. And suddenly, because of the time situation, Vaishali gets her bonus time, but she is no longer winning. She's still going to try, and she's still going to try, but she can't win. And now, unfortunately for black, she also can't win, so she's going to have to settle for a draw. There is no other way. Or is she? I think that Goryachkina couldn't kind of find that balance of playing for a win or not, and suddenly, d8 knight, a gangster under promotion from Vaishali. She was already winning in this endgame because her passed pawn was so strong. And if black had played something like king d7, there was this. You can't take because of this. And suddenly, after clawing all the way back and desperately needing the half a point, Alexandra Goryachkina loses. Vaishali wins her second game in a row. She's regaining some rating. She's not in the running to win the event. If some of you may be wondering why black didn't queen, I think you're just not going to win an endgame down a knight and a pawn. At your level, maybe. At the candidate's level, no. What a win. And Goryachkina is probably out of the running. I mean, she really is. And that is a shame for people that wanted her to win. But if you're a Vaishali fan, you're hyped. Now, Gukesh Fabiano. But if you're a Vaishali fan, you're hyped. That is a shame for people that wanted Gukesh Fabiano. Hikaru won his game. Spoiler. Just kidding. Now, if Gukesh wins, he's got 7. He's completely alone in the standings. By the way, check out his interview. I did an interview with him and Fabiano. And Fabi in this game, he doesn't play the Queen's Gambit mirror, but he plays Knight BD7, which is a pretty provocative system. It's kind of a sideline, you know, an exchange variation, normal stuff, both play. What the? He just played G5. These guys are taking massive risk. Knight H5, and then he grabs the bishop. So Black weakens his structure and takes White's bishop, but it gives Gukesh a very straightforward plan. In the Queen's Gambit declined exchange, White has 3 pawns, Black has 4, so White goes on a minority attack. All right? White just plays with the 3 pawns and plays like B4, Rook B1, A4, very, very methodical. Fabiano plays A6, but now he's created weaknesses in his position, and Gukesh just goes straight to C5. Fabiano gets absolutely nothing going. He gets a horrendously sad position, Knight C5, BC5, and basically, if Fabi saves the game on the B file, he's gonna be fine. Or he's gonna fight back, F5! He pushes another pawn forward, he's looking for F4, and Gukesh's wee little king is over here. So Gukesh plays Queen C3 up. This move made Gukesh spend nearly 40 minutes of his time, all right? 40 minutes, while Fabiano went to the toilet to get to work on last night's food. All right? No, I'm just kidding. Queen C3. I mean, maybe he did. I wasn't there. Rook F7, and clearly Black has very good defense here. Now, Rook B4. Queen C7. Now, Knight E5 at some point is going to become useful. How about right now? Takes, and maybe F4 is going to kind of close everything up. Like I said, if Black holds that pawn, he's fine. It's just a draw. H5. Oh my god, what is Fabi doing? Gukesh plays F4. Queen D8 back. Takes on G5. The queen takes on G5. Look at these pawns are on Gukesh's king. Rook F3 holds everything. Gukesh has 12 minutes to make 12 moves. Fabi plays queen back to G7. Rook F2 about to take on F5. Bishop back to D7. And in this position, Gukesh plays queen to B4, targeting the pawn on B7. The engine loved queen B2 with the intention of going here, just all in. Now, I think that was Gukesh's idea anyway, but for some reason, he went queen b4 and bishop c8 was played, and if you had gone here and bishop c8 was played, you can take on f5 now. That is the major difference, and the positioning of the queen matters, because I guess after take queen g3, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe there's just queen f2, and this is a winning endgame. So Gukesh needed to 50-50 it. He chooses wrong. I'm not saying he would have won the game if he chose right. But now he decides, you know what, I got no time. Let's make a draw. Oh my god. A nervy game. A very nervy game. Queen g3, and the game ends in a perpetual check. Oh, this was stressful. A Queen's Gambit declined where Fabi just went absolutely bananas. Hunting Gukesh down on the king side, made Gukesh spend a lot of time. Gukesh was a little bit hesitant. He could have maybe absorbed some of that risk, but spoiler, he is now tied with Hikaru's 6.5 out of 10. 11, sorry. 6.5 out of 11. So they're both tied for first, and they're waiting to see what's going to happen in the game between Vidit and Nepo. Nepo with the black pieces. Vidit has to beat him to get up to 6 points. Quick summary of 2 other games. These players are not in contention for a first place finish. This one was a slow Slav. That is literally the name. It's called the Quiet Slav. Yeah, find me one of those. Queen F5, Queen G5, and Nurgulis had a pretty good tournament. And she played very provocatively, very interesting chess in this game. She pushed a lot of Humpy's pieces back. But if you count the pawns, White is just up a pawn. And she kind of just took that to the bank. Not actually, because I don't think you can go to the bank in the middle of a chess game, but a very clean, methodical game from Humpy, showing her experience, showing the class, and she went up 2 pawns at some point. Her pawns were very powerful, and this was a long, grinding process where actually Nurgul did make a little bit of a comeback in this game, but it was sort of never in doubt, and it simplified into a rook endgame, which is completely winning. This is just a 2-on-2 with the extra pawn. White slowly, methodically, despite only having a minute on the clock, walked the king over there, and then proceeded to create 2 pawns. Very, very instructive game. And the pawn will be stopped, and Humpy wins. And the final game, from the women's side, Tan Zhongyi in first place. Now, I will remind you what happened in Lei Tingjia's game. She drew. Tan Zhongyi playing with the white pieces versus Katarina Lagno. She doesn't play a Catalan, she plays a sideline queen spawn opening. So we get a very imbalanced game. But generally these queen spawn games, as you can see here, pieces get traded. Draws happen very quickly. White doesn't really have C6. It's kind of complicated, but nothing particularly special. White's still trying to make some sort of attack happen, but yeah, as you can see, we're about to have a bunch of exchanges. Rook b5, bishop. So already things got a little bit out of control because black lost a pawn, but she goes for bishop b3. And after rook d8, she's just losing. She's just losing. She's losing because you have to take with the bishop, but white takes on a7 with long-term pressure on this pawn and a passed a pawn, and the bishop is hanging. She goes here, knight c6. It's very difficult to stop checkmate. The only way to stop checkmate is to go like this, and then queen d7 is a fork. Oh my god. Bishop h5, she loses another pawn, and in the tactical skirmish, Tan Zhongyi... King g3 is a gangster move, by the way, because you don't want to get a perpetual. Tan Zhongyi wins another game in the candidates, threatening a mate. Take. King h4, what a move. Queen h8 is mate. You cannot check the king. What a game. I mean, she has 7.5. She's winning. She's 7.5 out of 11. Lei Tingjie has 7. They are 1.5 and 2 points above everybody else with 3 rounds to go. It is all but over. And they already played each other. So somebody has to beat Tan Zhongyi and Lei has to get another win. And this was one of the most unbelievable games of chess I've ever seen. If you had the patience to watch 26 minutes of this recap, I'm about to blow your freaking mind. Vidit Gujarati is the man. E4, E5, knight F3, knight F6. Goes into Nepos Petrov, plays a sideline, because you can't play main lines against the Petrov. Petrov is like the death of chess. And then he just goes, you know what? Let's play a queenless position. It's kind of an edgy move by Jan. In fact, he spent 12 minutes on it. You can't take because you're pinned. Take. And you know what? Let's play d4. And this is their position. This is the position they have to work with. When I saw this opening, I was like, I think that Jan is going to outplay Vidit. Like, I just thought, you know, Jan hasn't lost in this candidates. He's been an absolute candidates juggernaut. And then, you know, Vidit started putting all his pawns on the 4th rank. I was like, Vidit's playing like me. You know, this is the way I would play chess against like a 2400 on chess.com blitz.
At Merrick, food is our love language. It has been for over 30 years, and it always will be, as we continue crafting home-style favorites inspired by our Texas roots. Because food is your love language, too. Merrick, real is our recipe.
We give you access to more than 1,600 milling and turning machines locally and globally. You can choose from more than 6
blitz. Yeah, this is kind of nuts. And I was like, well, Nepo's just, yeah, I mean, he's just going to be solid. And at some point, Vidit is going to start taking too much time. And there it is. Vidit now has 39 minutes for 24 moves. And this is why I was like, why did Vidit do this to himself? I mean, it's like time and time again, right? He plays bishop d3. He's down 40 minutes. And he's just under pressure. But Vidit started proving me wrong. And he started fighting back. You cannot take on c3. Because if you do, I play king d1 and there's still a fork. This is not a pure fork because of this. Vidit sacrifices his bishop because he was going to lose it anyway, takes, and plays king e2. It's a very imbalanced position. Both sides have their pluses and minuses. Rook d8 and Vidit g4 like the freaking Terminator. f4, g5, 2-time defending candidates champion? More like 2-time lost in the World Championship match. I mean, it depends on which way you look at it, right? He plays g4, g5. He's like, I'm going for this man. Handing him his first L in this tournament, a5. This was gangster behavior. Rook in on the 7th rank, forcing Jan to trade. Take. Rook to d1. How is Jan going to get any of his pieces out? Low key. Like, he can't move any pieces. Knight g4. Jan has to take the open file. And Vidit, by the way, is keeping even on time. 17 minutes. Jan plays rook b2 check. King goes to f3. Jan plays e5. But yeah, Vidit just comes back, and these pawns are so weak. Knight f6, h5 is on the way. Knight b6, knight f6, king h8. Here comes Vidit's king. He's winning. Vidit Gujarathy is gonna beat Yanya Pomnishi. Pawn goes to a4. Now Vidit just has to be a little bit careful. Rook a1, rook b3. Vidit's winning. Vidit's winning, but it's really, really, really tough. He has to completely chuck this pawn. He has 9 minutes. The winning idea here for white is h5. If black takes this pawn, the king walks in. What? The point is you lose all your pawns, but you go to g6. And you know what the point is after that? Let's say rook c4, rook h1. The black king is mated. Pawn to h4, f4 disconnects everything. So Vidit has to play h5, rip open the h file. Now what's crazy is, let's say rook c3, rook c4, you just go here and then you go to h1 anyway. And that's the point. You get this cube of pieces and play rook h1. Black can only defend himself with rook h4, then knight e8, king f6, king f7, g7. Unreal. But Vidit misses it because he's trying to defend his pawns. Like, kind of understandable, but that allows Jan now to play a3. Bishop c1, and now when he's gonna lose his pawn on a3, Jan plays knight to a4, targeting this pawn on c3, right? And that is what he's gonna, no, Jan gives Vidit another life! Jan was like, well, there's no point defending this pawn because I'm going to lose it, but there's no point counterattacking either because I guess white will play defense somehow. No, he makes a massive mistake, and suddenly he plays d5. Essentially, at this point, Vidit has 6 minutes to make 4 moves or he loses the game on time. So Vidit takes on a3, Jan plays d5, and he is completely lost. You can pause here. Try to find the win. Put yourself in Vidit's shoes. The move pawn to d5 sets up something very simple. cd5, rook takes, c4, you lose the rook, and you're going to be down a bishop. That's what it sets up. So what do you do instead? What you do is you don't take with the pawn. Vidit has 6 minutes to figure out this chess puzzle, the most important chess puzzle of his life. Knight d5, cd5, c4 or rook a3 doesn't really matter. Take, c4, take. You're down a bishop. You got to resign. No, you're not down a bishop. You are up 2 pawns. King to b5, and even f3 is more accurate because f3 prevents e4, but let's say king b5, e4 with the idea to get to this pawn, c4, a4, c5, bishop c5, king c5, a3, d6, and in this position, white is winning. If king h7, you trade the queens. King g7, you trade the queens. It's a winning endgame. Vidit has to find knight takes d5. And he doesn't. He doesn't find it, and now it's a fortress. Black plays rook b5, and the players make it to the next time control, and the game is headed for a draw. And now there is absolutely nothing you can do. Knight d2, bishop d6, knight e4, bishop e7, knight g... So, king g7, knight d2, and Vidit's like, I'm not done. So this position, look at this position just happened, right? So you can repeat the position. If Vidit plays knight d2 here, bishop d6, Vidit says, I'm not done. Oh my God, he's not done. He's like, no. I know I missed a chance in this game. I'm gonna beat you, all right? Rook b3 from Jan, but it's gonna be tough. I don't know how you're gonna try to do it. Knight e4, yeah, but Vidit, it's probably time to make a draw. Yeah, knight b6. There's nothing here. You can't really break through. Bishop e3, yep, knight d2. Oh my God. Oh my God. Why is the king here? Rook c1, okay, but wait, Jan is chucking his pieces now. He's chucking the pieces. King a4. Is Vidit winning or losing? Is Jan winning or losing? They both have like 6 and 4 minutes. Knight c4. Vidit is a pawn up. But Jan activates the e pawn, which is going to get the king to the center. Oh my God, I can't watch. And I watched the whole thing live. Oh my God, I can't watch. The king is walking into d3. It's still completely equal. Knight to e5, king to d2, rook e1, and everything is holding. Somehow there's no checkmate. Knight c3 check, the king walks up. Bishop d8, the king walks up. And all the pawns are hanging. White is still probably playing for a win. It's actually kind of a miracle the king is not getting mated. But Vidit plays bishop g3, which is still fine. It's a little bit scary. Knight c3 check. You can take, and suffer in an endgame here after bishop e5, but it's probably a draw. Vidit doesn't even do that. He plays king a3. The rook is hanging. Knight e5 is still on the board. Vidit has to play knight e5. And he doesn't. At this point, it was already a very difficult position. Even if you played knight e5 and white went king d2, you had to play the only move, which is rook to g1. Creating enough distance between you and these pieces. I don't know why rook h1 doesn't work, but I think it's because of knight to b1. You have to be here. I can't explain it. And my friends, he plays rook b4 and knight b2, and now he's just getting mated. And what you have to do in this game is you have to respect Vidit Gujrathi's fighting spirit. But you have to just be absolutely dumbfounded by the fact that Jan Nepomniachtchi still has not lost a game in this candidates. And now, after 39 rounds of playing this tournament over like 4 years, is still in first place, completely on his own.
Subscribe to the channel, like the stream, turn on post notifications.
This is
spam your Roblox username in the chat, and make sure you guys go ahead to the link in the pinned comment
even in the end
right
game.
there. Make sure you click on the pinned link in the pinned
he had,
comment of the live chat and follow all the steps. I'm gonna go ahead and pay you out. Enjoy those Robux.
Probably
and
haunt
spend
him
them
for
on
the
what
rest
you
of his
like.
life.
There we go. All right, we just hooked that person up because they did all the steps right there and did the website. So let's see. Another person actually just did the website right there and did all the other steps.
I don't know
if you guys
how he's
are
going
new
to
to the live
sleep.
and you don't know how to get Robux.
Maybe he's got a better nervous system than me. I don't know how I'm going to sleep. Jan Nepomniachtchi wins again. Hikaru gets to first place with Gukesh, only to be overtaken by the final game of the round, Jan Nepomniachtchi. 7 points. And we have 3 more rounds to go. This is so wild. Get your predictions in for round number 12. Have a chance to win some free courses. Get out of here.
As a teenager, Isaac Newton was laying the groundwork for calculus, and he didn't even have a
I am an atheist.
The gods will bless us, won't they?
Of course! I believe they've always been on our side. Will the gods bless us?
with your passive perception, you start
You ready?
Showtime.
Party, let's go. F3. Yes, sir. Bishop D3. Bishop. I would have gone Bishop H6 here because this move just cuts everything. But my man played King F7. White's going to sack probably at some point. Oh, there it is. Queen G8. Oh, okay. White's fighting back, though. It's not over. What is going on? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Black is losing the thread. Oh, the attack is crashing through. But look at Black sacking the rook to get the bishop to E3 and Queen H2 is mate. Not right now, but take. Knight takes G3 is checkmate. Sack the queen. Can you sack the queen? Queen. Can you sack the queen?
Oh, he sacked the queen. He sacked the queen. He sacked the queen.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Boom. Boom. Oh. He said, I'm going to the restaurant in Toronto. Oh my god.
Hunter! Hunter, where are you?
Next time on Survivor.
Ha 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 ha! Shut up!
She broke my rule. I'm a mob boss.
This game is getting crazy. Never seen anything like this. Never seen anything like this.
What?
Moments before going to tribal.
You better get on board.
Not happening, boss.
Game time.
A can't miss tribal council on a new Survivor.
na yat ndo ponjen me cho ponchi ada lagan sha kan cha yen dia wala kemme je ga jamane ka barje wan cha yen no me je to
to bring glory to himself, deceiving people. Really bad stuff. That's my impression. That's my best understanding of the evidence I presented in that big 4-hour video. It's been making waves.
This video is just brutal. We got to call a spade a spade. Mm-hmm. This has gotten out of control, and I'm grateful for the work of Mike Winger putting this together. This right here, I think if there's ever a case of someone just flat out getting it wrong over and 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 over again and never repenting for it. And so my question to supporters of him is, like, how naive are you?
and you're going to tune out? Yes, categorically, without question, Benny Hinn must repent at the very least of of false prophecies that were given without accountability or public repentance or change. At the very least, those two things.
I refuse to watch anything of Benny Hinn until he publicly repents.
We're going to talk about Mike Winger laying a masterful 4-hour class against Benny Hinn. It's something you want to watch. False doctrine, false prophecies, and fake healings, right?
Mike Winger exposes Benny Hinn's false teachings, his manipulation, his false healings, his false prophecies, his false miracles. All of these things Mike Winger has faithfully gone through, and I would encourage you, go and watch this video.
Mike Winger recently made a comprehensive video covering almost every aspect of Benny Hinn's 30 years of spiritual deception.
But in my heart, I still knew something was wrong until I realized Benny Hinn never truly repented. Mike Winger released a video short this week, and I'm going to show it to you right now. If you think Benny Hinn's influence has waned because he's not on TV that much anymore, you are sadly mistaken. He has 4 million followers on Facebook and has 700,000 followers on YouTube. I think this speaks to the fact that some of the people with the largest followings in the Christian world really have the most foolishness and nonsense going on in their ministries. And you're almost dumbfounded how 4 million people, totally lacking in discernment, would follow this guy. But Benny Hinn still has a major influence on the Christian world.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy what's happening. It's very crazy. There has been a lot of uproar against Benny Hinn. And so many people think that it is high time for Benny Hinn to actually just come out and repent. Others, I've been reading some of the comments, and others even are saying that it's high time that Benny Hinn just quits ministry officially.
Now, if you like Benny Hinn and you don't get this and you don't understand, please listen to Mike's video or listen to just snippets of it. I hope you hear what he's saying, because Benny Hinn is a problem.
YouTuber Mike Winger recently released a 4-hour-long video analyzing and effectively discrediting Benny Hinn and his entire ministry.
Now, at this point, things get a little complicated, because previously, Jesus Image Church filed a copyright claim against my video that didn't last very long. It lasted less than a week, I think, and then they dropped their claim. What's happening now is very different, and I would say much worse. I think it's an escalation of what happened before. Benny Hinn is directly involved at this point, and that is, he actually has his representative filing copyright claims on YouTube to get my content removed from the internet. And I have proof of this, right? Because what happens is this: if you try to get someone's video removed and it doesn't work through the automated system, you can then appeal that decision and tell YouTube, no, really, you should really remove this video, and you have to write out an appeal and explain in detail. If you do that and YouTube rejects that appeal, guess what they do? They send all that information over to the person who made the video. That's me. So here's what happened. Benny Hinn had his representative, and his name's on it. I'll show you guys some images. I'm going to actually walk through it. I'm going to read to you the email that YouTube sent me that gives me the full explanation, all the details about what happened with my video and the claims from Benny Hinn. So starting off, YouTube says, hey, there was a copyright takedown request received for your YouTube video. This is in an email I got from YouTube a couple days ago. We received the copyright infringement notification below regarding your video. We believe your content is protected by fair use. That's amazing to me that they believe that. This is rare for YouTube to actually back up a creator like this. At least in my experience, it's rare. Usually they just sort of stay out of it and they let this automated system handle things. So they say, we believe you're protected. We're writing to let you know we do not plan to remove your video at this time. You have control over your video. They go on and explain the copyright owner, that's Benny Hinn, they may approach you directly to request removal or take other action. This is where I'm sort of expecting potentially a letter, like a threatening letter from a lawyer from Benny Hinn. I don't know if he's going to do that or not. We'll see. I know that Benny Hinn is prone to lawsuits. If you actually search court cases on Benny Hinn on these court case websites, you can actually see there's been a number of lawsuits that Benny Hinn has been involved in. He once, allegedly, right, I'll just say this, he once filed a lawsuit against a man for tweeting something that wasn't true. Tweeting. The man responded later on and said, I would have taken my tweet down if they would have just called me, contacted me, but he actually filed a lawsuit and then the tweet was removed, which is weird to go straight to lawsuits. You know, I reached out to Benny Hinn's ministry before I made my video. Hey, do you want to offer any defense of the things I'm going to talk about? no response. I reached out to Jesus Image when they filed their false copyright claim on my video. They never responded to me, never called me back. I gave them my personal cell phone number to their office, which I never do that. No response. So far, I've had no actual contact, but they're using the system to try to silence me. So YouTube goes on and they say, hey, this is the record. It says begin of copy notice. This is the record of the conversation that we've had with Benny Hinn's representative. So they said to Benny Hinn's rep, hey, thanks for your submission as they requested my video to be taken down. It's under review to ensure it is valid and includes all required elements. We will reply to this email when we've taken action on your request. So here's what Benny Hinn's representative actually said. They sent to YouTube about my video. It's kind of weird. Copyright name owner, that's Benny Hinn right there. Full legal name, that's the person who's working for representing Benny Hinn. I'm not going to put that person's name up here for the sake of just them being left alone. Their title or job position is creative manager. They're not just a regular average Joe who doesn't understand the system. They're a creative manager, meaning they should know that this is a wrong, an abuse of the system, that I am 100% fully within copyright fair use law. Everybody says that. I mean it. I even contacted an attorney and got an opinion. The opinion was you are in rock solid territory when it comes to fair use. There's specific requirements for fair use, and this is a very important area of the law right now. And I'm very, very confident that I'm well within all legal parameters of fair use. And it's so obvious that I am that even YouTube backed me up, which they rarely do, it seems to me. So that's a pretty big deal. So Benny Hinn, though, he has his creative manager abuse the system of YouTube to try to get my video taken down. They want it to be removed. In fact, that's why it says URL of allegedly infringing video to be removed. They're not requesting monetization of it. They are not just saying we want it. They are saying take it down, take the whole video down. They pull out like a section of the video where they're saying I've used their content, about a 10-minute section. I didn't actually use 10 straight minutes of content. I had a bunch of clips in that 10-minute section. At any rate, that's what they presented to YouTube. YouTube analyzed the video and they ultimately rejected this. But check out what this is important, because this is the stakes for Benny Hinn's YouTube channel to be making this kind of claim. I'm looking into this, whether I should file a report with YouTube or not, to say, look, they're abusing your copyright system. I don't have a lot of faith in them, to be honest. Like, no offense to the YouTube employees. I'm not insulting you personally here, but I don't have a lot of faith in the way the system's set up that it will actually bring proper justice to someone who's abusing the copyright system like this. So, but I might file a complaint. We'll see. So they say under penalty of perjury that I have good faith belief that the use of the material in the manner complained is not authorized by the copyright owner, its agent, or the law. So they have to have a good faith belief that I'm violating fair use law, that I don't have that. I don't think they have that good faith belief. I think that that's not true. That's my opinion, right? I'm not a mind reader. But if you are a content manager as a job career, then you do this all the time, you're familiar with fair use law, you should know right offhand that I'm not violating anything. It's that clear. Also, I understand that abuse of this tool will result in termination of my YouTube channel. That's a huge consequence that could happen to Benny Hinn's YouTube channel, and perhaps should. I don't know if he's abusing the tool with other people or not, but it's definitely an abuse with me. This is an attempt to silence criticism that is protected by fair use law, and it is entirely appropriate and good. This is the response. Benny Hinn is not repentant. Benny Hinn is not taking back the things that he said before. Benny Hinn is trying to silence criticism, abusing a system on YouTube to do it, but YouTube has got my back. So this is the response they gave to Benny Hinn. You can look at it right here, because YouTube had to send it all to me. Hi, Benny Hinn, YouTube says, thank you for your removal request. We've reviewed your request and need some more information from you before we can proceed. Please read the entire email carefully and for a complete update of each video's status. Action needed. Here's what they wanted from Benny Hinn. They says, we're concerned that your copyright notification may not be valid for the videos listed below. Please keep in mind that in many countries, it's legal to use copyrighted works in specific ways without the owner's authorization. Like here in the US, we have fair use law, particularly for transformative purposes such as news reporting, parody, commentary, or review. Mine is a critique. It's transformative. It's protected by fair use for specific categories, right? It doesn't infringe upon the marketability of the original work. I don't use too much of any one of the videos. I use a bunch of different videos. I don't use too much of any one video. I don't play too long of clips of particular videos. I do actually provide commentary and critique for educational purposes. It's all of that, and this is well protected, I believe, from fair use. So YouTube pushes back and says, hey, you need to provide more. We're concerned that you don't really have a legitimate claim. Can you give us some more details? Here's a reminder on how fair use law works. They explain some of that to them. And then the response from Benny Hinn's representative is, hi there, this is of our content that we believe could qualify as copyright infringement. This is where they have the chance to double down and say, we're going to not only tell you here's where he used our content, but we're going to tell you why that is not a valid use. They never do that part though. In this response, they never even make one single claim to my reading that says, hey, here is where Mike broke the law. They just say he used our content, we don't want it. Why is that? Because they don't have a case. That's my view on this. Let me read on. The video in question from the YouTube user Mike Winger is over 4 hours long, with our content being used throughout the entirety of the video. Below, I've provided time codes from the video in question that correlate to when that video uses our content. Please see below. And they give, a link to my video and a bunch of time codes where I used their content over and over and over again. And I did. I use their content a lot, right? But fairly and in a protected way and in a very careful way. And these timestamps are not accurate too, because they have like a 6-minute timestamp as if I used their content for 6 straight minutes when I didn't, right? I used it interspersed during that, say, 6-minute section. That's a little misleading to just put the timestamps. Well, YouTube then responds, and now they give their official ruling. Hi, Benny Hinn. Thank you for your response. We reviewed it and provided updates below. Request declined. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you, YouTube. This is like a success of the system. For content creators, like myself, I think a lot of us would say, hey, that seems like it doesn't happen very often. I'm very happy to see that. I would have expected problems. And like I had problems with my Joel Osteen video, like I had problems with other content I've had in the past. But no, they actually backed me up here, which is great. I was very careful about how I use the content. I learn all the time. I learned better about fair use law and how to handle it. So that seems to have been a success. They go on and explain, we remain concerned that your removal request isn't valid for the videos listed below. As a result, the content will remain live on YouTube. Now, here's where it kind of ends off. What happens next, I'm not sure. Here's what the last thing YouTube said to Benny Hinn was, if you still think this copyright removal request is valid, you may appeal this decision. Learn more about your resolution options. You may take back your claim at any time. So they could take the claim away, or they could appeal this decision. This implies there's something else they can do within the system of YouTube to try to continue to have my video taken down. That's where it stands now. Like, if you want to watch my Benny Hinn video, watch it quick, because I don't know what's going to happen next. There's a link to it in the video description down below. This is a bit of an up in the air situation. I don't know what happens.